So, alrighty. Even. It's Tuesday, right? Yeah. Happy Tuesday, everybody. Had to think about it there for a second. Kind of losing track of days of the week here. So, a couple of goodies that came out in today's patch. Let's see here. Okay. It didn't find its way onto the public Discord yet, so let me pull them out of the beta Discord, at least as much as I can, because it's got to be stuff that's actually in game. Let's see here. Plane of Sky overhaul. Trash no longer drops quest items. The bosses themselves just drop keys. Keeper of Souls is a static spawn. Sister of the Spire is a static spawn. Spirit Guardian and Spirit Lord are no longer static spawns. Killing regular Spirox will spawn the Guardian. Killing the Guardian will spawn the Lord. All Plane of Sky quests are now completable at their respective Ifriti, instead of having to spawn additional NPCs. Which immediately gets me thinking, does that mean you don't have to spawn Durkog in order to spawn Inteakara? Can you just give 500 plat to Dassen and spawn Inte that way? We're going to actually go test that right now just to make sure it works. Also, because I want to do a quick inventory of quests and double check which items I need for which item, for which quest goodies. So, we're going to go do a little bit of housekeeping first, then we'll get down to some actual grinding. As I realize I will need to change kits, obviously. I can't run my level 23 warrior up into Plane of Sky. Hey, Chippy. Hey, Bitey. Let's see. Oh, we added the Warrior's Endurance AA. Gives an additional... Yeah, we'll... Yeah, Warrior's Endurance. Level 30. Increases your hit point regen by 1% per tick. So that's 1% of max HP regen per tick. Pretty huge, actually. Let's see here. Also, Unbound Wrath. Increases melee critical damage by 10, 20, and then eventually 30% at level 50. Okay. Unbound Strike Through for Rangers. That's very nice. To ignore enemy dodge, block, parry, and riposte. Beast Lords get Playing Possum AA to let them feign death. Rogues get Shroud of Stealth. Okay. Persistent Casting got compressed down to 6 ranks. Bard Reaching Notes has been expanded to the first 6 ranks, 3 active, 3 inactive. Cost has been adjusted down to 246. And Rogue Escape is now effective against NPCs up to 20 levels higher than the Rogue. So you can escape from the Eye of Vision. Let's see. Cleaned up some Slayer achievements. Some other nonsense. Crusader Ictra in North Row has some requests. Okay, so for the some like newbie quests or whatever for Ixars maybe, or maybe just some more general or just quests in general for the Ixars, maybe so you can fix their faction and whatnot. Respawn time at the Ogre Monument in West Karana has been normalized. Lord Grimrot and Ganix Draw in South Karana are more likely to spawn. High Shaman Pedo and High Shaman Grisok should now spawn in South Karana. All locked doors in Befallen now share behavior. They can find your keys in your bags, and you can click lockpicks on them to attempt to pick the lock if you have Rogue or Bard and the appropriate skill level. Okay, cool. Raid loot lockouts should no longer be triggered improperly. For example, in the hole. Maestro, Inarok, Kazakh, Golems, and Draco Lich no longer spawn in open world or personal instances of Hate and Fear, so raid instances only. Multiplayer instance raid bosses have been buffed. Personal instances of Fear and Hate are now available. Woohoo! Entering a personal instance or changing difficulty in Runny Eye or Seleucic's Eye will now face you into the zone instead of towards the exit. Oh, reduce the effectiveness of item tier increases on weapon damage. Okay, yeah, we see Fiery Avenger quite a bit down from where it was before. A Faltorvo. Yeah, this we had like a 1.13 or something ratio. It is down to a 0.9 ratio. So we lost, what, about 6 or 7 damage at +5? That's probably for the best to bring melee down in power. So they're not. So it's not total melee quest compared to casters. Adjusted stats on Rune Sabertooth Girdle. Okay, Berserker was removed from Keg Mallet. Smoke Glass Key is no longer temporary. Many jewelry trash drops like Copper Amulet and Silver Ring now have 1 AC, so they at least do something. Fix some bugs with Overchannel. Halved the endurance cost of Overchannel, Inversion, and Spellblade. Very nice. Slightly reduced effectiveness of Empower for healing. Greatly increased effectiveness of Empower for damage. Improved Arcane Mastery all around. Fixed an erroneous calculation in Berserker Stance, conditionally affecting damage. I see lots of responses to that line. All classes now have access to the strategy skill. Feign Death will now break songs, including melodies, and it will pause Symphonic Aura. Research has been just removed. Pack Chloroplast will now increase endurance regen. Ethereal Cleansing will now only lock out spells for 1.5 seconds. Let's see, some UI stuff. Okay. And then we'll have a hotfix tomorrow to touch up some other goodies as well. So let's swap to our usual loadout because we're going to go hit Plane of Sky real quick. Basically to make sure they didn't accidentally break Fiery Avenger. Or to see whether Durkhog is at least still necessary for that. I see Giggle Mage is over here as well. And yeah, we have music in Plane of Sky again. Huzzah. So, let's go. Yes, buddy. You're a good boy. Hello, Dassen. Let's talk to you first. And they also added the clickable bracket text here. All right. Let me also just do I have Notepad up anyway. Compassion is in a Freedy's Yhander. Large Sky Diamond. Rune Isa, that's for Truvanon. Sacrifice. There's a Bixie Sword Blade and Wind Rune Oza. Love. Alright, and yeah, that's for Thelvorn. Moving on. Aldrin, yeah. Love. Yeah, for Thelvorn. A Sphinx Claw. Golden Hilt. Winrune Gaza. And finally, Spirit. Yeah. Ivory Sky Diamond. Winrune Lena. If you wish to further test your purity, unfortunately, that test is not mine to administer. You need to speak to a true hero. Follower of the water god Prexus. He is one of the most powerful holy knights to ever walk Narath. His name be Inte Akara, and he can fill you in on the rest of your quest. I see you wish to speak with him. Why didn't you say that earlier? If you wish to speak with him, you must show your generosity. Another tenant of any great knight. Oh, 500 platinum will be plenty. Okay, so yes. All good in that regard. That was my concern, that Inte would be broken. Alright, cleric tests. We need to test my faith, yes. Courage. Silver Hoop and Winrune Lena again. Skill. Small shield, wind, Meta. We already did that one. Protection. We did this one also. Shiny Pauldrons. Winrune Kaza. Resolution. Oh yeah. Silvered Spirok Necklace. And Winrune Neza. Thurgy, we did this one also. Ginny Aura. Ifriti Mace. Winrune Kala. And helping the wake. Ifriti Standard. Mithril Bands. Winrune Enna. Alright, very good. And Stragan the Hewer. Let's see. Sharpness. Ifriti Standard. Ginny Warblade. Winrune Jaka. Test your will. Is a pulsating ruby. Winrune Enna. I assume that's the Eye of Vishan one. Ferocity. High quality. Rement. Winrune Oza. That is for the belt. For the haste belt. Burden. Feathered Cape. Winrune Azia. Blood. Azarak. Blood. Winrune Lena. And finally, Fool. Ifriti Great Staff. Jester's Mask. Winrune Denna. Alright, cool. Alright, so we got the inventory there. I'm actually a little curious if there's actually like stuff up worth killing, maybe, and if we can even hypothetically kill it solo. I didn't run over any deer yet. No, but tomorrow is another day. So And some, So yeah, you no longer have to deal with Siren's nonsense. When keying for Sky, just kill the boss, get the key. Easy peasy. No shenanigans necessary. Which also means you don't get to, chain spawn the sister. An Undine Spirit. Is that new? I don't remember an Undine Spirit being a thing. Oh, no, it is a thing. Okay. These yellows go unnoticed. They drop Shimmering Topaz and Lightning Rods. Okay, they're just... These are just the regular wispy things that happen to spawn on this island. Okay. Instead of, like, the Shimmering Meteors or whatever. You already talked about the patch? Yep. Mostly some bug fixes. We got some new warrior goodies. Warriors get a new AA that gives them 1% of max HP regen. Oh, hey, Iovision's up in D0. Do you... Y'all think I can solo the Iovision? Probably not, right? Like, not bloody likely, right? You know, those deers are just the body shops. Yeah. Yeah, the guy at the body shop. Yeah, clearly playing a pet class. Yup. Alright, well, we don't really need any EOV drops. We're just going to teleport over to Tox. What I want to do is, Ring of Tox. What I want to do is actually go down to the Ghost Tower at the bottom of the hole and try XPing there on Shaman. You won't know until I try. I mean, fair. I guess we could just give it the old college try. As long as it... Yeah, I mean, the answer is probably not, but... Yeah. Break out the puppet strings and slow hammer. Oh, there's, well, there's no way I would be able to land slow on it because I don't have Tash and Mallow at my disposal. So that's not happening. Oh, other thing in the patch, by the way. Weapon damage, scaling from plus marks did get nerfed. So our Fiery Avenger went from like a 1.13 ratio down to a 0.93 ratio. Kawada Doll, you lost 17 base damage and 9 bonus damage on your Fiery Avenger. Rip. Looks like Berserker Stance got nerfed. I mean, fixed. Well, we're going to be using Mage Hunter for this anyway, so... and we're probably just going to get demolished. I do not expect to win. At all. This is a purely for fun attempt to see if we can even get close, which I'm sure we cannot. But hey, yeah, it's trying is free. We do want to be inside the windmill though. Hit precast a promised renewal. Hit desist. He comes in. Swap to Mage Hunter. Oof. That hurts. The real problem is he's also just tapping a lot of health back. Just undoing the damage that we were trying to deal. $77. Oh god, yeah, there goes our endurance, just totally spent. He blew up our entire endurance bar already. No surprise there. Now he's going to be tapping for 500 a click. So, or 450. So now we're just going to get demolished. Oh, jeez. Oof. Could just do a little bit more damage. We still have LOH, by the way, which is going to be our next heal. No more damage on. Oh! Bad proc at the end. I think we... Bad proc at the end there. That's actually doable. Like, if we run back up and do it again, like, we got a bad little run at the end. We had like 1 second on PR. We could do that. Like that. We'll give it a second shot. I think I want to say Mage Hunter was not necessarily the play. I think just going damage in Berserker stance was the better play. Because otherwise he just kind of melts our endurance bar, and then we get stuck kind of stance dancing. We're better off doing it like kind of the way we do the other deities. Sit in Berserk. If we need to stance dance into into defensive to survive the last tick of a PR, so be it. Otherwise, yeah, just keep the damage up and heal scrolls. Also, yeah, if we need to use heal scrolls, we can. I've got plenty of them. We're trying not to. If for no other reason than just pure honorable dueling. Uh, you know, uh, with slightly better weapon damage yesterday, I think we would have been like right on the hairy edge of winning. Likewise, if we had like a damage shield potion or something, that might also tip the scale just a little bit. Yeah, I think unless we just get a no bad little damage string at low health, which can absolutely happen. Yeah, I think this is 100% doable. I don't know why I even bother casting Divine Might. It will never land. Potion. Yeah, I mean we don't have any actual damage shield buffs on Cleric yet. Oh, so standard. Also, how long do we have on our Fiery Avenger click? Or our Soulfire click? I gotta actually like pull the item out. We have a fair bit of time on that. That's like 10 minutes. We're not gonna wait 10 minutes for one heal. Though if we end up wiping at 2%, Berserk Stance fixed. The exact wording, which this was not a problem I was even aware of. Fixed an erroneous calculation in Berserker Stance, conditionally affecting damage. 10 fire emoji reactions, 3 hearts, and a few other things. So, Okay. So, we're going to try this again. Alright, we will sit in Berserker stance and recovery stance. Do we put divine? Yeah, that's, yeah. We might divine for heals or something, but I think we're good. Okay. So, PR precast. Pop desist. He's gonna. How did that heal basically just like evaporate? Alright, Mage Hunter. This one might just be cooked from the get-go. From the weird... kind of the way it started off there was a little... Alright. A little weird, but... Alright, PR back up. Oh, jeez. Mage Hunter. Come on. Oof. Yeah, his damage is really, really RNG based. You know, sometimes he just quad procs and you explode. Gonna need a patch heal. Oh, LOH. Yeah, we flinched. We didn't need it, but we did it. So, waste. Oh, jeez. Ow! Man. Oh. Yeah, it's so much RNG. We'll give it one more try. See if we can... You know, if we busted out the Prayers of Life, we could definitely tip the scale. For sure. This is also where Evasive Stance would be really amazing. Because the melee hits don't really do any damage. So... Evasive Stance would actually be extremely efficient. This is just difficulty 0. So, if you want to give it one more try, and yeah, if you want to pop up here and just duo it or whatever, then by all means. Let's see, we'll do one more attempt for science. I don't know. Maybe Mage Hunter down to half stamina. Mage Hunter down to half, balanced, back up, and do it that way. I feel like we were always kind of falling a little behind the curve there on mana. Okay, so yeah, we'll do Mage Hunter to start. Yeah, but we gotta really keep an eye on our endurance bar. We really just don't want it going below half. Just drop into Mage Hunter for a sec. That was the right move. Swap to balanced for a sec. He's getting the better of us so far. Oh, yeah. Oh, jeez. You know, let's get a little bit of damage in for a bit here. As we getting a free PR here momentarily. And alright. Soulfire. Ow. Whoa. Okay, that's just not gonna happen. Yeah. Just not gonna happen. Yeah, there's just too much RNG. Though we saw on that, yeah, fun side quest, absolutely. That first run, you know, that's always how it is, isn't it? You know, yeah, the first run is always the best, and but even on that first run, you know, you get one bad string of procs, and you just evaporate. 450 damage per proc. When you know he can do several per round, is just a lot of spike damage. As Divine Aura during the fight, you would get to sit there and recover mana and endurance for 18 seconds, while the boss just flails harmlessly against you. So yeah, very valid way to give yourself a med break in the middle of a fight. So yeah, if I chained all 4 Divine Auras just to shore up the mana at some point, then suddenly it starts to become a little more plausible. Nope, because Divine Aura is not total loss of aggro. It just moves you to the bottom of the aggro list. It does not take you off the aggro list, and that's a very key distinction. Whee! Yep, that is absolutely a strat. When we, for doing like higher tiers of, this, hello there, an elemental warrior. Yeah, for doing something like Innerrook +4 or something, I think that would is where that would really come into play. Oh, Elemental Channeler, hello there. Oh yeah, lots of people. Oh, crap. You know what? I just realized I forgot to change kits. Got to pop out to Tox to do that. Oops. Or I got to pop out to Payneal, I mean. Um, actually, we could also, we don't have to get a private instance. Whatever. No, because but we do need to, because we can't. I'm assuming, yeah, we gotta basically zone out to Payneal, swap kits over to Shaman, and then come back. And as a cleric, you have 2 Divine Aura spells. Then you have the 2 Divine Aura AAs. So you can potentially have 4 DAs at 18 seconds each. So 72 seconds of just uninterrupted med break. Shaman. And let's see here. Let's get our heals. Yeah, put Spirit Salve up. Actually, you know what we really need to do? Well, before we do anything else, let's actually set up a, because we got to kill like 5 minutes before we can make another instance. HP buffs. Right now, the best we have is Daring. Type 2. HP buffs. Oh, we also have Altena. Which might actually be better. HP buffs. Pet. Yeah, we'll get our pet up then. Chloroplast is actually going to be on our standard spell set because it's a short duration buff. So, agility. Statistic buffs. Oh, Guardian on your target, which is, actually probably better than... Yeah, Guardian, probably better than Guard. Oh, yeah, Yelp 2. Statistic buffs. Charisma, Lamau. Because charisma buffs do something, right? Stamina. And strength. Increasing. Oh yeah, we will also need Fury as well. And yeah, does Talisman overwrite Daring? Probably. Well, it tries to stack anyway. So that's something. Answer this, but I think of Zerk changes. I mean, I'm not even sure what the Zerk change was. There was some kind. There was some kind of bug fix with something. I wasn't even aware that there was a thing to fix, so I'm not actually sure what they did. Okay, let me. Alright, let's see here. Before and after patch. 510 strength. Pre patch. Crush. Max hit, max crit. Okay. Looks like. Was boosting skill damage more than it was supposed to? Consumes every... Okay, yeah, alright. Okay. Yeah, alright. It previously boosted skill damage, and it no longer does. Now it just specifically says attack speed and, skill recharge. Oh, but increased chance to hit by 25%. Okay, it got accuracy. It used to have damage, now it has accuracy, which used to only be on offensive stance. So now it's just consistent go fast. So yeah, lost the damage bump in favor of accuracy. That's okay. That's just consistency. That's Post patch. NZ 814. Oh, okay. See, these are also 2-0 offensive. Zerk balanced. Okay, used to be. Yeah, if there was a. Yeah, it used to have a. No longer giving bonus damage to abilities. Yep. Chalet of Cleveland. Damage. Okay, we also know Warrior crit damage AA just doesn't work right now. London's have 8,700 mana. Yeah. Yeah, let's see. A Vig. Two-hand and Zerk stance. Deafness. Oh, did I cast Stamina? No, I didn't. Oh yeah, that's been parsed out pretty soundly right now that dual wielding is just straight up better than two-handing. Just across the board. Hugors. See, pet. Guardian Spirit. Statistic bar. Utility beneficial. Actually, we have. Actually, I don't know if Alacrity is faster than Valor of Mar. We have 41. Yeah, is Alacrity better than Valor of Mar? It is 28 haste compared to 25, but we have to recast it, so for convenience sake, yeah, and Alacrity will overwrite Valor of Mar. I know that for a fact. So, we'll put like Alacrity on our pet, but we'll Valor of Mar ourselves. Nullify. Oh, we're at the level where we get Nullify. That's handy. Utility beneficial. Combat innates. Haste. Form of the bear. We do actually want invisibility. We do not have. Oh yeah, we want chloroplast. Direct damage. Blizzard blast probably. Because expulse is only 106. Yeah, I'll bring up Blizzard blast just in case. And summon tiny agility. I don't think we need anything else. Oh, but we do want to hit. Hist. We do want to hit up. We're gonna be killing undead though, so we do want Instrument of Knife up. And direct. You know what? Statistic. Utility detrimental. Blind. Calm. Oh, do we not have? Actually. Utility detrimental. Yeah, we do actually want calm, although where we're going, I don't think it will work. And, actually, Blizzard Blast. Detrimental. We're going to put root on this slot. And direct damage. I don't think we're going to use Blizzard Blast too much, but we'll... Shaman standard. Alright. We'll go in here, we'll make a, our pet is green. Yeah, we will make a solo personal D0, I think is fine for... We do want respawns, though. Let's see. And, yeah, combat. Alright, every point of damage dealt consumes... Might also... Berserk Stance may have also had its endurance cost cranked way up if it's... Because it used to only consume endurance based on bonus damage, which it no longer deals. So, yeah, Berserk Stance may have gotten a massive nerf. We're going to test that out here directly. So, actually, I don't know why I bothered with a Cloudy Potion. We don't need potions. We can actually just cast Invis, but, you know, whatever. Anyway, we got to run to the bottom of the zone so we can go fight ghosts. Oh. Apparently some of these see Invis. Also looking at my... I want to look at my... Living Heart of a Braille minion. We do not need those. Alright, let me see my... Alright. Was not doing... outgoing damage is damage to yourself, which I didn't see any self-damage there. Oops. Did I not prep? Yeah, whatever. We'll just use potions, whatever. Don't care. They're 10 platinum a pop. Guess I should actually... Okay, there are just random C and Viz, I guess, throughout the zone. That's no fun. Rock golems can see invis. What about some of the crap in here? Can he see invis? Oh, he sure can. What an ass. Hey, bud, you gonna move? You gonna move, or are we gonna have to do this the hard way? The answer is we will have to do it the hard way, I think. Alright. That's fine. We can calm everything that's around him. We just can't calm the golem himself, I don't think. Because he's 51. That's fine. Because we can just pull him with Togors. Oh, he was about to go wander away. He was, So we gotta actually kind of keep an eye on our endurance bar and see how fast it depletes. Because we used to be able to kind of just sit in berserk stance. And that may no longer be the case. You are locked out from this corpse. No, I'm not. Why? I should not be locked out of the corpse. That's ruins of old Payneal. Hmm. And group solo 0 through 3. I think might have been leftovers from Yale. Uh, what was I gonna do? Oh right. Let me hit chloroplast. Let me also 2 boars. Nullify, calm, guardian. At least for now. You just put invis. There we go. Invis. We can hopefully or we may have to just kill everything. Okay. Oh, if the mobs force us to do it the hard way, then, you know, so be it. It's the... Oh. Rock Golem. Alright, Mr. Rock Golem. Once again, you have brought this on yourself. I was going to leave you be. Big, closed beta access to M&M a couple days ago. Cool. Yeah, nice way to kill some time until July. I did place my pre-order purchase this morning, by the way. Or this afternoon, I should say. Oh. This guy's gonna just see us anyway, so... I don't think any of the rats can see invis. The wizard can. The flaty fiend can. Of course, all the rot golems can. We just want to get to the other end of the hallway there. Actually, we can maybe... nope. Can't sneak through. Of course. Because why would anything nice ever happen? That's okay. We just slow everything. Why? If you get errors trying to pre-order, yep. Auto forms, not putting your card in. Yep. The other problem I had encountered was getting error messages just trying to plug in a new card at all. Basically, just if you delete all your old cards out, close the page, completely reopen it, then it should hopefully give you a new button to plug in a new payment method, and that one should actually work. So let's go ahead and swap disarm with pet attack. Looks like Daybreak, the Daybreak platform is handling payment processing. Because everything does also go through your Daybreak account. Okay, Ratmen do not see invis. Capture, Harvester, okay. Wizard is gonna see invis, yep. Hello, tinfoil hat. Good evening. Alright, we gotta make sure we're not... the Deceiver... we gotta just kind of skip past most of this, because most of this we do not need. The Channeler does not see invis. Oh, Rock Golem. Come on. Come on, idiots. Over here. Oh, they just really want to... You really want to just mess with my pet, huh? Come on. Leave the Doge alone. Traveling with two of your sons. All very nice. Yep. Saw all the comments there. Yep, that's... Hey, you know what? That's why VODs exist. This stupid cleric right here is going to insist on being that guy. Oh, and there is, of course, a second cleric right here. And so, yeah, our, let's see. Looking at our endurance thus far. I mean, we only burned out 29% so far. And we did actually... I don't... Either self-damage is just not getting reported in the same way, or it's not actually happening. Because it used to show up in the on chat too, which is most of our battle spam, or the battle spam I don't care to see, and it no longer does. So I'm not sure if the self-damage is actually working anymore. Yeah, I see all the... Unless self-damage got its own hit modes. You being hit. Yeah, I don't see... Yeah. do. Alright, we gotta... Oh, there is an elemental capturer right over here that we will need to soothe. Then we can pull this guy. Yeah, not seeing... You're not seeing any self-damage messages. Oh, and... Oh. Stupid, channeler. Maybe there's a new setting. That's what I was kind of looking for. Um... There's... Damage shields, environmental damage, loot messages, drink faction who can't use. Yeah, it's yeah, if it's me ability combat reuse. Yeah, if it's a yeah, unless it has some other kind of message. Oh, hey. Stone Soul the Unmoving. Alright, yeah, we'll, you know what? We'll kill him. Because, why the hell not? The game gifted us a named mob up by default. No reason to... Although, oh wait, we can't actually... Because we're locked out of all corpses. So maybe we won't bother. Yeah. Alright, does the Crusader see invis? Many of them do. That one is no exception. Okay, well, let's pull him over here. Hey, get over here. Quit hitting my doge. I said, quit hitting my doge. It's also possible the self-damage is just not working right now. I need to actually, like, stare at my HP, because it's only going to hit me for, like, 8 damage or something if it hits it all. And, yeah, okay, I landed a double smite, and my HP did not work. It does not seem to be working. Put a new chat? Yeah. Looks like it's just... Looks like it's just... Yeah, you're supposed to take outgoing damage. To your... Another freaking Sea Invis Rock Golem. And Sea Invis... Yeah, of course. Alright, whatever. It is what it is. Oh. Too bad we can't pull this sword out of the stone here. You know, maybe we'd get to be, king of all England or something. But, no such luck. Okay, we're gonna calm that one. I think our calm only goes to level 50. That is a level 53, so we're gonna... it's gonna pull both of them, I think. Depending... Hey, it actually didn't. Cool. Color me surprised. Yeah, just grab it. So, well, there's a hotfix coming tomorrow, so... I'm sure it'll get, fixed tomorrow. Oh, hello, an elemental harvester. I see you are, doing dumb stuff. He's just gonna sit there, burn out his mana bar. Just as well, because we'd have to burn through that mana bar when we kill the harvester. So if I've got, like, if there's one downside to trying to do this ghost camp in a personal instance, it's that you do have to work just to get there in the first place. Because there's a lot of Sea Invis golems and elementals and stuff. And so if you are not a rogue, or have feigned death, you will need to actually just fight your way down through the zone, past a lot of effectively unskippable trash. Which also means that if you die, you're going to have to work your way back to camp as well. So it is going to be a very inconvenient camp to do. Now, in open world, like open world difficulty 0 at least, you jump down the hole, you land at the bottom, and you can just walk over to the ghost tower and just go do it. Also, yeah, someone... How much damage do you take? None. It is completely safe to jump down the hole. You land in the water. You might get jumped by an elemental that's wandering past, but there's no fall damage. Yeah, I'd come down here for, a Yale raid or two, and, maybe like some epic drops, and that was it. I never actually XP'd in the hole on vanilla. Mostly because, yeah, getting to, well, because it was dangerous. There were so many safer places to go instead. Yeah, you would just, the guild would just have a mage parked somewhere, or a necro would go down an FD, or something, and yeah, you'd just warp everybody down one way or another. Yeah, or because Brel clerics are not KOS to the elementals, a Brel cleric would DA down to the bottom, and just start corpse dragging. Yeah, or the rogues and monks um, would get down to the bottom of the zone. Also, would drag the corpses over to a safe spot, and the Brel cleric would just start rezzing everybody. Because clerics could just DA their way down to the bottom. But unless you were a Brel cleric, you would get jumped as soon as you did. And here's where Gile the Wretched would be. Yeah, throwing in Lincoln an Aldrin. Aldrin plus 5 is still 25-26. That is still very respectable. Even if not completely bonkers like it was yesterday. Ratman, hello Ratman. Oh, Rock Golem, hello Rock Golem. And yeah, another person confirming also that Berserk Stance is apparently not doing self-damage correctly. So, the tooltip still says it's supposed to be doing self-damage. It's just not working right now. So, yeah, it'll get fixed tomorrow. How badly did Cudgel of the Fool plus 6? Yeah, I mean, it's still a better than 1.0 ratio, which is still godly for Old World. But, also 164 endurance, which is a lot. Oof. Oh, man. Getting lots of Wanderers coming up here. Actually, wait. Let's kill this Cleric before we do anything else. We always geek the mage, as is tradition. Changing out to spells. Yep. In fact, that's already enabled. We saw that with Kazakh the other night, where instead of just stripping buffs entirely, it decreases the duration on the affected buffs. Yeah, we could absolutely see it in effect, where like every time Kazakh would do his knockback dispel, our Amulet of Necropotence click would have like 15 minutes ripped off of its duration. At which point we would just recast it and everything would be fine. So you still manage it the same way. You just have a lot more margin of error. It looks like it's it might pick extra slots, maybe, but was I mean, I had my AON click in the top slot, and yeah, it was getting its endurance, or it was getting its duration nuked down pretty much every time, or like actually every time. Ratman. Ogie, a rat. Oh, we have 13 AAs to burn. That. Go Banner has like 1 hit point left. All right, Go Banner, you can take a break. Oops, I gotta. Yeah, yeah, Go Banner, you can yeah, have a breather. Oh, there's 3 mobs up. All right, Ganner. All right. All right, Ganner, you can have some haste. There we go. And actually, what's in the next hall? We got a Fiend. We're gonna probably. I think the Fiend is gonna be able to see us. I think Fiend's all see. Nope. No. Yep. wizard. I think you're so cool. Alright, Flighty Fiend. What contributes to the wildly varied damage rolls seen? 50 or 300 on the same swing. I mean, I think that's just kind of the nature of damage. There's just big, wide rolls. Which kind of makes sense, or rather, kind of reinforces why on live they started adding a bunch of passive effects that increase your minimum damage. So it wouldn't actually, you know, make you do, finger quotes, more damage, just make you do more consistent damage. So, you know, shift the bell curve to the right. Alright, there's that. And, okay, now we are finally at the Ghost Tower. Very good. Alright. Boom, 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 boom. Alright. Go ahead and, Alright, let's see how much XP these guys give. Yeah, so far, for the level of mobs we were fighting, like, the elementals did not give particularly notable XP. Like, we could have gotten that much XP from going to Guck, and the enemies would have died in about a quarter of the time. You know, for, Oh, Commander Yarrick. Hello there. We got a named ghost. That's cool. Also, I want to get rid of regular invis. Put on beneficial of invis to Ivy, invis to undead. They are both too high to lull. So, oh. Yeah, I guess calm only, at least for the calm that we have right now, because it only goes up to 50. We still have, we probably need to recast Chloroplast. You know what, let's, we're never going to actually cast Blizzard Blast. Let's just go ahead and HP heals. This is, regen is actually its own category. Okay, Wanderer. Gonna go ahead and root you. Commander Yarrick comes down. Alright, there's the harm touch. Slow this idiot. Okay. Swap back to Spellblade for some heal procs, maybe. Yep. More more harm touches. Okay. Total jabroni there from Commander Yarrick. When you get Puma? 50. Yeah, do we get any other, like, really big spells? Yeah, we get Puma at 50. Spirit Quickening at 50 also for the pet. Crag's Salve at 50. We get Infusion of Spirit at 49. Melosi at 48. Thunder, Valor, Strength, Symbol, Harnessing of Spirit, kind of nice. Frenzied Spirit. We get a better pet next level in like one mob, and we get the better rage buff also. So next level actually is pretty good. And let's get into the tower here. I think this is probably as good a spot as any to chill. I don't think there's really... Yeah, this right here I think is about as safe as it gets. In fact, let me drop IVU. Yeah, those guys don't aggro from here. So yeah, this is as safe as it gets right here. All right. Hey, Ghost, what are you doing, bud? 2273. Nice, nice slay right there. I think Shaman's better than Cleric, just having Haste Slows Puma. We'll see at 50. Finally getting Togors at 38 is like playing a whole different game all of a sudden. And, you know, what I was saying, because a couple of people have been asking that in YouTube comments. And, you know, I don't want to pass final judgment yet because we're not 50 yet. And I want to compare apples to apples. I'll say, I think my take so far is that Shaman was kind of a late bloomer. Up until getting Tagar's insects, Shaman felt kind of bad. Because its kind of core spell just didn't really exist yet. You know, Cleric's big thing is just having heals, and yeah, you always have the best heal all the time forever. So, you know, Cleric works right out of the gate. Pet. Alright, let's get a better pet. Actually, wait, before we do that, let's, HP, statistic buffs. I'm not actually sure what the buff is called. Or what category it's under. Rage. Oh, it's just under a strength buff. Okay. It does have a 30-second recast though, which is which for a once and done self buff, I feel like is just unnecessary. There's a 30-second gap between when you prep the spell and when you actually get to cast it. Fallen Erudite, Wanderer. Fallen Erudite's over there. Okay, so Keeper of Tombs, by the way. Not actually in game yet. Good to know. That's something we'll have to wait until after Kunark 4. Pet. Frenzied Spirit. And Zambuluong reaching a 3-stream streak. Words are hard. UI default. Yep, it's default. 2 greatest words in the English language. Default. Even on live, I never once used a custom UI, and I know that was very weird back then. Like everybody used some kind of custom UI. I did not. I always used default. There we go. There's our pet. Actually, Khan's light blue now. That's better than nothing. If I could actually target these things, that would be nice. So I just go into inversion stance again. Oh, fizzle. Oh, we got all of them. Oh, the gang is all here. Another Fallen Erudite. Yeah, you are getting Togord also. Alright, the male wanderer is our first target, though, so. Nice earthquake proc right there. Feels good. Nice to see that actually go off once when it has the ability to do something. I'm gonna pop into Spellblade just to automate some heals. Or at least try to. Yeah, only getting like 1%. Granted, that was a blue con, but yeah, this yellow con right here, does it give us... Only 1.7 for a yellow con. How about this level 54? Friggin' like Kunark tier mob right here. Yeah. Can your pet solo one of these ghosts? He is light blue, so... I think he would have a very hard time of it. Admittedly, these guys don't really do damage once they're slowed, but... Alright, 2.5% at least is better. There's supposed to be a fallen erudite. Okay, yeah, there it is. Skeleton in the coffin there. I'm gonna pull this guy out Hopefully the pet doesn't. Pet stop. Regroup. 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 Back. Okay. It's fine. As long as we're not pulling ads, it's fine. Alright, get Togord, idiot. Oh, now the Fallen Erudite has added. Now, as soon as Soothe wore off, of course, no surprise there. Ask what's in your mouth. Yeah, sadly can't actually see the sword in the dog's mouth. Sif, he is not. I'm a bow so we can bark arrows at people. Well, at that point, we have to just give him a, a gun that shoots bees. That's the only, like, that's the correct thing to do then, right? Oh, a little coffin there, causing some line of sight issues. I still have, yeah, I've got 8 minutes on Chloroplast. Oh, hello, a fallen erudite. Oh, 14 AAs, which, could get the unicorn. That's 25. I mean, spellcasting deafness, honestly. More mastery of all. Just get pet discipline. Honestly, a little bit of mental clarity wouldn't suck. Just having extra mana regen is always good. Or we just start sitting on A's until, maybe see what tomorrow's hotfix adds, if anything. I mean, it'll probably mostly just be bug fixes. Pottery Mastery, well, I mean, that goes without saying. You know, the only reason we haven't picked up Pottery Mastery yet is, you know, self-imposed challenge. They have some really. There's some very goofy pathing. Right here. What in the? Did we just LD? I think we just LD'd. Yeah, we did. Oh yeah. Internet just died. Yep. And are we back? Trying to come back? Oh, there we go. Are we back? Are we live? Man, this guy just keeps resisting Togors. What an ass. Well, look, Pottery Mastery is the AA you take so that after you die and become a ghost, you can haunt your girlfriend and, you know, help her remember how, how much she loves you. By doing trade skills together. These. Please land. Thank you. So yeah, but yeah, so clearly I don't need pottery mastery, because I don't have a girlfriend to haunt if I die, and and also I'm not Patrick Swayze, and I never will be, so I think we can save a couple of points there. Who's dinging me now? This better be good. Oh. Just total nonsense. Wonder. Here, let me go ahead and hit IVU. I'm wondering if there's a better camp spot. Oh, Erlask the Wretched, or Slack. All right, good. He now. Sadly, he won't give. Oh, and Nilthung the Unholy. We got like everybody in here. Okay, we got Niltoth, Ulrich. Too bad we won't get any loot from any of these idiots. Because we got like all the rare dudes down here. Like Hunter of the Hole. Or it'll be under the ruins of Peniel. Will it? Nope, maybe Hunter of nope. Is it just Hunter of the Hole? Hunter of the Hole, okay. Oh, we don't need any of these guys. We just need Construct, Gargoyle, other Construct, other Gargoyle, Ratman, and Researcher. Wow, we don't actually need any of the guys down in the Ghost Tower. You again. It's 40 levels in crap gear. Oh, because of the weapon nerf. Oh, it's everyone. I mean, I assume in most cases, yeah. I mean, weapons were already in like weapons with like +5 or +6 were already in like NTOV level ratios, which was probably a bit much and was probably contributing heavily to the fact the game was melee quest. So bringing weapon damage from plus bonuses down a bit was probably necessary. You know, nobody likes seeing their stuff get nerfed, but it is what it is. You know, this is why we have betas. Yep, that is the point of beta, to be able to find where stuff is unbalanced and nip it in the bud. Yep, casting. Yep, struggle balancing caster versus melee. Yeah, because melee just scales off weapon damage, easy peasy. Or weapon ratio. Yeah. Yeah, like casting descending into proc quest. Yeah, which is probably why people get so excited about Spellblade. Because automated spell casting is very handy. As we see in like Path of Exile, people are a lot. Even in Path of Exile, a lot of caster builds are all about spellcasting automation rather than actually pushing the cast fireball button. And like, hard casting, real casting is like kind of a niche you know, a niche archetype within casters, which is the exact opposite of how it should be. Uh, you know, automation should be the niche, or the niche build within casting, not press the fireball button. That should, I press fireball, I get big dopamine. That should be like the default caster build, right? In basically any game. Yeah, exactly. Oh, I think, and also, Empower got a big buff today, and Arcane Mastery. Um, which I can't show you Arcane Mastery because I'm not on an Arcane caster. But, I can pull up the Natch. Let's see here. UI stuff. Research. Yeah, stances. Let's see. Fixed a bug causing overchannel to increase mana costs. That's nice. Halved the endurance cost of overchannel, inversion, and spellblade. Slightly reduced the slightly reduced the effectiveness of Empower for healing. Greatly increased effectiveness of Empower for damage. Improved Arcane Mastery all around. If we go over to our invocations here. Adds 40% plus 20% per additional non-hybrid casting class to damage effects at the cost of 40% more mana. Adds 20% plus 10% additional non-hybrid cast to healing effects at the cost of 20% more mana. So, big burn stance for blasters. And yes, much more modest boost for direct healing power. And yeah, Arcane Mastery I don't have access to right now, so I can't show you that one. Yeah, like on Path of Exile right now, the default way to cast currently is just cast on Word Break. That support gem may have been a mistake. Or at least in its current form may have been a mistake, and will probably get nerfed into Oblivion next league. Because, getting your ward back up in a very rapid fashion is just not hard. And yeah, Divine Stance is really good. Free healing is awesome. Yeah, turning the mana cost into just extra life. Yeah, this is at no cost. Yeah, it's huge. Yeah, I did PoE 2 on its first initial deployment, and really just did not have fun at that point. Admittedly, the game was more than a little rough around the edges at that point. But like melee was borderline unplayable at that stage. Life builds were borderline unplayable. It was bad. Yeah, admittedly, that first deployment of PoE 2, the first beta, most of the classes of the game weren't even in yet. I mean, hell, even up to this point, swords are not in the game yet. You know, your only melee weapon types were staves and maces. And I still do not like the fact that Titan, or whatever it's called, you know, in order to get the like one really interesting node that it has, the small node booster, you have to go through Rucksack. um, like to get a node that is really good, you have to buy a node that actually has no gameplay impact whatsoever. It costs 2 nodes. That's just dumb. I mean, kill bosses, pick up loot, and wear it. You know, farm divines and buy everything. I mean, I like playing Trade Core myself. You know, I'm happy grinding money and you know engaging in an economics simulator. But you know, different strokes. All right, these rooms up here, these enemies come single. This is nice. So, you know, still not. Oh, and for what it's worth, by the way, not all of the warrior buffs that had previously been talked about got deployed today. There's some more stuff still in the works. Though what warriors got today was really nice. 1% HP regen per tick is no joke. That's honestly a lot of free sustain. Yeah. Plus, they also get now. It's not actually working right now. It is actually bugged currently. And they also got their Unbound AA, which boosts melee crit damage by 10, 20, and 30%. So, warriors are eating pretty good, and they will be eating even better once their other couple of goodies get pushed out. And, you know, keeping warriors in a good place of just having big numbers of, you know, more HP and more AC in just pure, you know, more grug mode compared to the knights. So, you know, I'm okay with this. And of course, you know, the class AA tab is still pretty barren for most classes, so you know, everybody will only be eating better, you know, as that tab gets filled out. Yeah, I think 2.5% from a red con. by the way. Just feels a little light. Need to redo chloroplast. That has fallen off. We are easily maintaining our endurance, by the way, so that's cool. That at least is self-sustaining. So Berserker Stance still very efficient. Versus, you know, if we switch to offensive, our endurance bar would plummet. Yeah, oh yeah, with yeah, since dual wielding is just straight up better than two-handing right now. Yeah, they will absolutely out DPS knights, even with knights' superior itemization. Which, you know, I would usually regard knights' superior itemization as more of a band-aid cope. To just stay relevant at all, whereas the warriors should just be doing more melee damage than the knights, by by enough of a margin to be interesting. And the ratio nerf on weapons is just every weapon across the board, because it's it affected the scaling of plus marks on all weapons. So weapons at +0 are the same as they were yesterday. Weapons at +10 are not what they were yesterday. And we lost decent couple of points off our Fiery Avenger. Well, scaling now. Some people were doing the actually, well, you know what? We can just look up what a vanilla Fiery Avenger. All right, vanilla Fiery Avenger has 33 damage. And we're at 41. So, 41, come on. 41 divided by 33. Give or take for rounding, +5 puts us at 1.24, 24% gain. So figure original, you know what? That just means scaling was cut in half, because it would have been, because 33 times 1.5 would have been like 49. Yeah. 49 divided by 44. Yeah, because we had 49 damage. So yeah, scaling just got cut in half. So instead of +10 giving you double damage, it now gives you +50% damage. So +5 gives you 24 or 25%, give or take, for rounding. Also, gotta say, I guess the Zem in the hole is just bad or something, because these guys are level 53. They're 8 levels above us, and only given, 2.5% at 45. Do we have any other, like, between now and Puma, do we have anything else coming up to look forward to? 46 is literally nothing. Harnessing of Spirit, I guess we could do that. It's the, we get Harnessing of Spirit, I guess. That's something. Symbol, Strength, Valor, Charisma, Thunder, Abolish Disease, Armor of Faith, oh boy. Dexterity, Divine Aura, Malosi at 48. Retribution at 49 for an actually respectable nuke. Pacify at 49. So we can finally start splitting these guys if we want to. And then, yeah, we got a bunch of stuff at 50 for Shaman. But otherwise, yeah, we don't really get an interesting spell again until 50. Oh, wow, those guys, he actually came single. Wow, these guys have really small, or at least those two mobs right there have a really small assist range. Now, hey, remember, it's not the size of your assist range that matters, it's what you do with it. I'm not sure about that. Because they straight up just reworked Berserker Stance. Maybe it was so that it just does, because it used to have a boost to skill damage. It no longer does. Now it has the accuracy buff that offensive stance has. So, yeah, if the damage was boosting something in an unintended way, it was probably unintentionally beneficial. At yeah, it's a little sad actually to see how bad the XP per mob is down here for all the effort it took to get down here, and for how beefy these mobs actually are. Only 2.5% per kill is not good. I mean, these are the highest level trash mobs in the game outside of the plains. You could go back to hell levels. No, thank you. Negative Ghost Rider. The pattern is full. Come on. Alright, you're gonna... Oh, you're gonna just sit there? Alright. Yeah. XPing all night to get a pixel. Yeah. Been there, done that. Hey, I remember the good old days of, hybrid XP penalties. Yeah, 2.5 per mob. I mean, yeah, compared to vanilla EQ is a huge amount. Just compared to what we could be getting, let's say, killing level 44 frogs down in Guck with a quarter of the max HP. And, like, none of... not that these guys really are hard at all, but, because they're not. But yeah, just seeing how unamazing the XP is. Yeah, I really do actually have half a mind to just go to Guck. Need to get some mana up here real quick. Might as well just probably just sit in recovery stance for a sec. Right. Calm him. A revenant died, but how can you kill that which has no life? Oh yeah, we can make personal instances of hate and fear now. So if we wanted to just go level grind in Plane of Hate, we could. Which might actually be the better option compared to this. Yeah, we'll ding 46 in this room right here. Oh, yeah. Here. Generer, you can have some haste. Revenant, you can just chill for a bit. You can just be cool. Be cool like Fonzie. Uh, well, there. All right. Well, that mob gave us 4.5%. Okay, I mean that's like closer to what we actually expect from mobs of the Conrad. Yeah, we're sitting on 16 AAs still. We should. I mean, hey, we can always just pick up stats. Yeah, less than 2% off that one. Yeah, do we? You know what? I think we just go try Plane of Hate for XP. Because it's just kind of slow in here. Yeah, we'll go Ring of South Row. DFO, good evening. Let's go give Do, do, do. I thought we casted. Hello, a specter. Since you're gonna get in our way, you need to die. Stupid mobs ignoring Z-axis. Come on. The zone into fear, I know, or to hate, is a little specific. There it goes. Yeah. So yeah, the interactable is a little sketchy there. Enable do you want non-respawning maybe? Just go like flatten the zone bottom to top, and that's probably the better way to do it. Yeah. Solo, non-respawning. And we'll see how viable this is. Oh, Valor of Mario. Why did our not sure why our rage buff got overwritten, but whatever. Haunted chests. Yeah, I got a nice densely populated zone here, so it should be fun. As soon as we are actually allowed to cast rage. Oh, I wonder if it actually... Did it get overwritten by Yelp too, perhaps? Okay, no, they do stack. Or at least they don't over... If the buff overlaps, they at least don't overwrite each other. Combat innates, we'll stick with knife instead of divine might. Although we could also... we could certainly pop cannibalize just for the sake of it. Oh, we can do, interestingly, form of bear is not permanent. Uh, but you know what? We'll still, uh, you know, we'll turn into a bear just for funsies. Hey, pork rind, you got your pre-order in? Very good. Yep, me too. Yeah, we'll turn into a bear. Huzzah. Um, shielding. Oh yeah, we have harnessing of spirit. We can use this. It's just a once and done buff for just for efficiency's sake. And we can put it on the pet also, just to give it a little bit of extra durability. We'll keep chloroplast up. Let's see, heals. Don't really need any of that. HP. Combat. Yeah, we will need. I think we're grow, shrink, bind. Oh yeah, we could put Spirit of Billy up. Yep, and yeah, they did say in one of the updates that people who did the who put the pre-order in through kind of like the back door there, that their stuff did all get straightened out and all's well with the world. So nothing to worry about. All right, let's. All right, first thing I see, this loathing lich right here. Yeah, let's. And an Irgast. Oh man, that bear attack animation is you know what? You know what? I am turning that off because someone's gonna get motion sickness from that. So yeah. As amusing as it is, for the sake of nobody puking, we'll disable it. You get about the same XP per kill. Oh, there's a Midnight Clad drop for all the cloth and leather wearers. So I don't care about those. Well, Daybreak has, in its various, incarnations going back to 01, has had like, 15 different credit cards from me. So, oh, hey, Shutter Rage sleeves. How do those stack up against my Valorium sleeves? Strength. Ooh, gotta actually pay attention to my health. It is kind of getting low there. Yeah, they're not as good. Yeah. Maybe we'll, Revoltant Rat. Oh. Apothic Band. Do not care. So yeah, I think the mobs here in Hate have less HP than the ones down at the bottom of the hole. And yet they give about the same XP. You know, plus we also get all the gem drops and stuff that just rain from the sky up here. They might hit harder. Um, oh, 51 affected. Durr. Yeah, can we actually land a slow on this thing? No. As if. But, you know, we can strip the haste off it at least and do that much. Oh. Hello, a cleric of Enaruk. You wandered quite a ways to be up here. So yeah, I don't know if I would want to come here and try to grind XP in Hate as like a freshly minted 46 in noob gear. That would probably be very challenging. You know, not impossible by any stretch, but definitely challenging. On the other hand, you know, dropping blue diamonds all over the place. Hey, hey, get back here. You don't... Stupid gargoyle, get back here. You don't get to bring friends. But, I mean, I want to say XP per mob is pretty similar but I want to say, eyeballing it so far, at least here on the first floor of Hate, I want to say mobs hit harder, but I want to say they have a good bit less HP. Um, that, you know, totally unscientific eyeballing it. Uh, so, you know, a little bit more lethal here, um, but a little faster, I want to say. And, you know, this zone also has the advantage of, you know, big, um, big gem drops all over the place to get money. So there is also that. Plus, for what it's worth, a lot, at least here on the first floor, a lot of stuff is level 49 or 50, so I can actually calm them with, well, calm, instead of having to wait for soothe in another, like, 2 levels. Classic log parses, yes. Though apparently, someone was saying, like, at least whatever parse they were using was having trouble picking up, like, skill damage for your second and third classes, because the parser is basically designed to look for stuff your main class does and just ignore stuff that that class doesn't do for efficiency's sake. So if you're a paladin, it's not looking for frenzy and kick damage, because paladins don't do that. Yeah, the new skills. I mean, yeah, well, someone will probably need to, you know, make a Legends specific parser, which is just a couple of minor modifications. You know, like a small fork off of any of the standard stuff, to actually do more Legends specific stuff. By the way, for those curious, the next class we're going to level for real after Shaman is going to be Enchanter. Why not level 2 things at the same time? Because of the way AAXP works. Since AA is based on the amount of normal XP you're getting, um, you get more easier AAs by only leveling one class at a time. Hey, Big Wilfred. Yeah. It's gonna, Shaman, I mean, like, once we got Tagar's, Shaman started to feel good. Once we got Togor's, Shaman actually felt like a real class. Um, so Shaman was definitely a late bloomer because Tagar's comes on in at like 25 or something, and Togor's comes on at 38. Um, and before that, before Tagar's, it just felt bad because the low level slows just didn't even feel like they were worth casting. But then we get to Togor's, and Togor's just shuts down monsters. Like, their damage just kind of evaporates. Also, once we got a pet, while the pet itself is not amazing, it is free damage. And just getting that as an extra, kind of mobile dot that doesn't cost mana was a big help. And Dragonbeard 75k, welcome to the program. Thanks for the follow there. I appreciate that. Glad to have you here with us. Yeah, other reason, even if, just more broadly, even if Hole is technically faster XP, Hole doesn't have any useful drops yet. Whereas up here, you're grinding actual drops the whole time. Well, feeling the weapon damage nerf for sure. You can see our damage is definitely a little lower than it was before. But while Zerk's Dance isn't boosting damage, I don't think the damage boost that it gave was really all that noticeable because it was just strike damage. But it now gives the accuracy buff from offensive stance, which is honestly huge. So it is really honest. The accuracy doesn't matter so much against easy stuff like white cons and down, but if you're hunting deep red cons, that accuracy buff goes hard. So situationally, it's like kind of a break even. If you're hunting hard stuff, it's arguably a buff. Which, cue the Path of Exile. This is a buff meme. Oops. And the speed part of Berserker Stance did not change. And you can see our endurance bar is still staying basically full. So it's still, it's still basically free. Whereas if we switched to offensive stance, our endurance bar would just evaporate. I mean, offensive-wise, should actually be kind of the same. Because, hit twice as fast versus hit twice as hard. Should basically just kind of it should on paper be the same. Berserker stance will be more consistent. Um, Offensive will be more spiky. Um, as you get, big hits interspersed with misses. Whereas Berserker stance is just a constant stream. But for but yeah, like we can. We can put offensive stance back on the bar, just for testing purposes. And what should happen is the bar should just get evaporated. Here, is there a hello, Thought Destroyer. Hello, a Forsaken Revenant. Oh. It's actually struggling to burn through our... Did they, maybe they toned down the endurance cost on offensive? A little bit? Or, you know, you know what it is? Because our weapon damage is lower, we're just not burning quite as fast. That's what it is. Yeah, okay. Now we're down to 83. So you can see our endurance is actually going down in offensive stance. Whereas Berserker stance, it was pretty much self-sustaining. We do need to go hide in a house, though, and med up a bit. Actually, while we med a sec, I'm just going to run to the bathroom. And I'll be right back. All right. And we're back. Also, we're 63% of the way into the level. Pure vibes, no science. This level feels like it's going by faster than the previous level was in the whole. If somebody wants to actually me by going back to the VOD and actually timing it out, by all means knock yourself out. Long current beta servers have been up for a couple weeks. About a month, something like that. Yeah, a month or so, something like that. So, other thing to consider, even if come on, I'm getting stuck on the wall. Uh, um, in addition to, HP and XP per mob, there's something to be said just for mob spacing and ease of single pulls, you know, versus coupled with mob density. How fast can we rapid fire, efficient single pulls? Because if we have to spend a lot of time standing around, uh, you know, soothing 6 mobs in order to pull one out from the group, that's not productive time, finger quotes. And that has to be taken into account when considering average kill time and average XP rate. And why are we getting locked out from this corpse? Like, why is that a thing? We had... Oh, yeah, why was that a thing? We didn't have that on, like, other mobs. Because we've been in here about... Well, we can tell, actually. We've been in here for 30 minutes. Because we can tell by the replay timer. And we made, 60... We made 2/3 of a level in 30 minutes. So, there's your basis for the timer. Togors. Oops. Inversion. We actually need to get some health up. Ah, dang it. Come on. Ooh, ow. Come on. Wow, I am like giga chanter stunned there. Here, please get stunned. She is resisting left and right. I mean, admittedly, she is a Redcon mini-boss, so... The idea that we would have to, we have to over-channel this one. What? Alright, it's doability. Over-channel... Invocation. There we go. Oh, god damn it. Do I have overchannel? I might not, actually. Thought I did. Maybe that's only, arcane casters? Oh, it's just... Oh, shit. Oh, we're gonna die. We're dead. Yeah, we're not gonna be able to heal up in time. I need inversion. I need to just... Ow. Ah! I purple club myself. Ow. Alright. Alright, let's... Oh, did the ratio change too? It, yeah. So we went from like 1.13 down to 0.93. Basically, the scaling from plus marks on weapons went from, well, it got cut in half. So instead of +5 giving you 50% extra damage, gives you a 25% increased extra damage. So, and +10, if you get all the way there, gives you 50% instead of 100%. Region. No, we don't need that. We do need rage. Shielding. We'll stick with knife. We might as well put stat buffs. Billy. And and we want Valor of Mar for sure. All right, Larn. All right, Larn, you also get to have some haste. The other thing about grinding down in the hole is just getting to the ghost camp is a pain. Because you got to grind through, all those friggin' elementals that see invis just to get to the fun camp. Whereas, come over here to hate, and everything just works. You zone in, you get straight to work. All right, more rats. Oh, gonna ding another AA here momentarily. At some point, we'll have to decide what to do with all these AAs. Eventually. Well, there's a little bit of a train waiting to happen there. Let's pull these guys back a bit. Oh. Pet, please. The other thing, as well, for as a matter of like playstyle preference, if you're into, there's just the sheer quantity of mobs here in Hate is high enough. You can easily set the zone to non-respawn, so you can just play it in dungeon crawl mode and not have to deal with that sort of nonsense. Bottom of the hole just does not have anywhere near the volume of mobs to do that. Plus, again, the act of just getting down to the ghost tower is such that, it's a pain to get down there. You gotta fight through a whole bunch of elementals. Now, on the other hand, if you want to just grind elementals in the hole, then there's millions of those. And knock yourself out. If you're a mage and you want to just be spamming banish summoned all day, by all means. This should be Courser over here. Yeah, Courser Tavala in the next house over. Alright, we'll need to... Oh, you know what? We should... we don't... We will never use that here. We should use... let's see. We get Malazement. Cold Fire Magic. Multiple to other disease. Yeah, Insidious Malady we don't need, but Malazement. Yeah, that's actually useful. Pop over channel. Yeah, she is hasted by default. Actually, let's go ahead and just pull her with Nullify. And that gets rid of her haste, which is huge. Okay, now she's mallowed. Togors. There we go. And we will invert. Nullify her damage shield. Oh, come on. Nullify her damage shield. Try to anyway. No. Dispel her damage. Man. Having a hell of a time trying to get rid of her damage shield there. Well, she is... Alright, she's out of mana. She can, Yeah, what a shock when we actually use game mechanics instead of just grugging it up. Everything is a million times easier. .7. Yeah. There's probably another revoltant rat running around over here. And yeah, also I am looking forward actually to the enchanter grind session. I think that'll be interesting. Yeah, I'm looking forward to Shaman here hitting 50 so we can try out Puma and whatnot. We will also we'll have all of our raid timers reset in tomorrow's hotfix. So if we can get Shaman to 50, I'm pretty sure we can do. If we did like Paladin, Shaman, Cleric, I am pretty sure we could do Inneruk +4 with no difficulty. It'll take a day and a half to kill him, but I'm pretty sure we could do it with almost with our eyes closed. Certainly with our brain turned entirely off. And ding 47. Alright, I don't think we have any spells at 47 that are worth a damn. Get Shock of Venom, don't care. Valor, don't care. Charisma, Thunder of Karana, Armor of Faith, yeah. We had Malice at 48, that's actually useful. Retribution at 49. And Infusion of Spirit also at 49. Yeah, okay, so not much. Not much until 50. Okay. And yeah, it does absolutely feel weird using Plane of Hate as a place to grind levels. Let's see, that house opens on this side. All right, well, oh, another. Was that a wandering Spike Golem. Yeah, let's just go ahead and pop this idiot. Oh. Oh, come on. Really? And PR at 1%. You'll love to see it. Oh, and another and an Iron Ghast shows up. Of course he does. Oh, why would anything nice ever happen? Why? Oh. There we go. All right. Rubies for the Ruby God. And, oh, hello, Thought Destroyer. Thank you for joining us today. All right, Thought Destroyer, would you please, do you mind getting slowed, please? Thank you. Oh, and a freaking cleric. Oh my god. Come on. Alright, hey, Stone Free. I am... You know what? I didn't hit any deer today, so it was a good day. But, you know, knock on wood. That Ashen Bone Drake is gonna add... No, we're cooked. That's what we get for fighting in the hallways instead of pulling into a house. I should know better. Actually gonna... Seen quite a lot of videos and far the most knowledgeable. Ah, well, thank you so much. I appreciate that. Or maybe I'm just better at faking it. Maybe I'm secretly just bamboozling you. But I say it with enough confidence that you can't tell the difference. Let's see. We need any other... we need another instrument and knife. Once you're like, nice, easy game. Have no problems getting back into it. All right, well, good. Yeah, that's the... I mean, in his defense, there are not very many earrings in the game, so... Oh yeah, Inaruk is absolutely the jewelry boss. He drops like 90% of the worthwhile jewelry in the entire game, not counting trade skills. I mean, as with any kind of large scale game, there is just a lot of information um, to process and digest. Just like somebody trying to get into Path of Exile is really hard because there's so much crap that you just need to know. I mean, hell, even like no matter how much information I think I have committed to memory in Path of Exile, anytime I come up with some concept, some new build I want to even explore, I start kind of digging through items and whatnot, and I always find something that I didn't know existed. Something that I had probably looked at 100 times before, but never had a reason to commit to memory because it wasn't a piece that fit into the puzzle I was trying to build. So I, didn't think too much of it. But then, you go back and look at it, you look at it for the 101st time, and now it's relevant. And then you wonder, how did I never notice this thing before? Happens all the time. Oh, by the way, other nice thing about running around Plane of Hate is you can use a horse in here. It is an outdoor zone, even though it has a roof. Oh, we just deleted that mob. Yep. Yep, you do not really choose, to an extent, what you remember. There are some, tricks to remembering things that mostly come down to tricking your brain into thinking that a certain thing is important. And then your brain will commit it to long-term, will attempt, hypothetically, to commit it to long-term memory, which is a different neural pathway than short-term memory. Hey, Toads85, hello, welcome to the program. And you go over some patch notes. Won't have to spawn Inte. Yeah, actually, you still have to spawn Inte. Actually, very first thing I did when I logged in was I went to Plane of Sky to go talk to the quest NPCs because I wanted to make sure that Inte still worked. That was the first big consideration. Just now you don't need Dirkhog or you just talk to Das and Goldblade. You still have to give him 500 plat to spawn Inte. That is still a thing. But there is actually dialogue there in brackets that you can click on if you want to. You can also type it. That will guide you through the conversation to spawn Inte. So you don't have to just know from the wiki that, oh yeah, you turn in 500 plat. Now he will actually tell you to give him 500 plat. Yeah, and also other thing was the other quest NPCs, the ones that would get spawned by the Ifritis. They all had because the Ifrit would despawn, the new NPC would pop in his place, would only be up for so many minutes, and then there'd actually be a respawn time before the Ifrit would respawn and someone else could do a turn-in. So now there's no problem like that, and everybody can do all their turn-ins with no downtime or anything. So it's much better. How did you like Sub-War with PAL? We only did it up to 23 so far, but up to 23 felt pretty good. Cleave is good. And that was before we got the new Warrior AA today that gives you 1% health regen per tick. That's honestly huge. An Elite Dragoon? What's an Elite Dragoon doing down here on the first floor? He's like a second floor mob. Whatever. Let's over channel that. This guy is level 55 after all. Now did we? Yeah, we got him. Yeah, no, the camera is just losing focus for some reason. Yeah, camera, I'm right here. Hold on. Well, once this elf dies, we may need to reboot the camera or something. I saw it lost sight of me at one point and needed to refocus. Hey, camera. There you go. Alright, I think it found me? There we go. Okay, it found me again. The camera was just very discreetly trying to trick me into adjusting my posture so I'd be sitting upright again. It just wanted me to do a posture check. I can't blame it. So, that goes for everybody out there also, good time for a posture check. Back injuries are forever. So, sit up straight. In this case, yeah, unfortunately, generic regen is 1 HP per second. One whole hit point, or excuse me, 1 whole hit point per tick. Which is just not that much. Versus, like 1% would give us almost 55 HP per tick. For the low. And remember, and a warrior also would have more HP. A warrior would have about 15 to 20% more HP. So a warrior in this same gear would be running like 6,500 HP and would get 65 HP per tick regen for 6 AA. It's not even a comparison. Like, if I could get 65 HP regen per tick, I would take that in a heartbeat, no questions asked. Especially for the price. And yeah, the nice thing is because it is, percent based, the more hit points you have, the better it is. You'll never outgrow that. It'll always be 1%. And, future ranks, if/when they get added, will also presumably be percentage based. And as I was saying before, it didn't make it into the update today, but there are some more warrior goodies coming down the pipe. There's more goodies for everybody coming down the pipe. So, to quote Yoshi P, as always, please look forward to it. Hi, Otanoshimi ni. There's a couple of dudes in the house over here. We didn't do this one yet. Yeah, for what it's worth, the bulk of the downstairs of Plane of Hate is undead. Not all of it. Like, the clerics are not undead, but most of the downstairs is undead. So, very nice. Upstairs is not undead at all, except for a couple of Ashenbone Drakes at the top of the steps. But yeah, warrior chads are definitely eating good, although, knights will be eating good when their stuff comes down the pipe as well, so. I maintain my statement from a day or two, or multiple times in the past, that the three tanks collectively are differentiated more by aesthetics than actual power level. Like, yeah, the play style between the three is a bit different, but they can all achieve the same level of content. Yeah. A full melee build. Nope. I would need an actual like pure melee class unlocked as a main class, which I don't have. I have Paladin and Enchanter as main classes, and even then, I would just, I would never not play Paladin, because it's it just wouldn't be right for my idiom to do anything else. All right, pet, back, stop, stop, back, stop, back, stop, back. Come on, there we go. Thank you. Actually, let's go ahead and overchannel a Malazement. And a Togors. Very good. Alright. And maybe Spellblade some heals. For funsies. 2 weeks. Get your grubby hands on bird combos. Well, don't worry. People are, narking out bugs left and right. You are locked out from this corpse. Unfortunate, I don't get another duplicate of the epic drop that I do not need right now. Alright, Ashen Bone, we actually need to pull you. Yeah, we're gonna play a little smart. Pull him into the house before we train ourselves with a dozen other mobs. Oh, yeah. One thing about Bard that came out today was feigning death now pauses all of your songs, including your symphonic aura. Probably because I'm sure somebody was like, came up with the idea of, let me just turn on symphonic aura on my Bard True Box, have him feign death next to me, so he can't get aggro, and just use him as a passive aura bot that doesn't have to worry about anything. And that will not be happening henceforth. Not yet. It was not mentioned in the Natch, so no, that one is still disabled. It's entirely possible also that the quest itself works, but the reward is broken, or the reward isn't maybe functional yet, and it's just disabled so people don't waste their turn-in items. They did buff the spawn rate of Lord Grimrot today, and that was going to be the big sticking point of that quest in the future, because Lord Grimrot is a horrible camp, historically. So, Aegis of Life enjoyers, a little bit easier to get that now, and Aegis of Life is a good item, by the way. I don't have one on hand to show off, but take my word for it. Yeah, weird. We were able to get loot off the first couple of trash mobs, and then suddenly we started hitting loot lockout on everything after that. now here comes the spike golem, because I'm fighting stuff outside instead of pulling it into a house like an idiot. Because I didn't learn the last 3 times. And now we're fighting, you know, like 2 or maybe 3 clerics on top of each other, and they're all going to be healing left. They're all going to be healing each other until they're out of mana. We get past 1 cleric, it'll be not so bad. Okay. Spike golem. Alright, this cleric. Oh, jeez. Actually, we're gonna just use the LOH next, I think. There we go, LOH. Alright, Togors. Oh, come on. Really? One more try. Come on. Well, there it goes. Okay. 3rd time's the charm. You know, that being said, though, the quest is known. Whatever problems may or may not exist with the quest, the dev is aware, so it'll get fixed or whatever in due time. You know, whoever's job it is to know that something about it is broken knows that it's broken. Alright, halfway to 48 already. We're getting there. And we're going to hit 20 AAs banked here. Should probably think about spending them. Maybe grab more Steadfast Will. I think is actually a pretty good idea. Thanks. Yeah, these last couple ranks. Last 2 ranks are the killers. Alright, let's go hide inside one of the nearby houses. Med up a bit. Thankfully, there are no... We have the zone set to no repops. So, at least there's that. Oof. Yeah, 6 points. Yeah, ranks 1 through 6 of Steadfast Will were pretty cost-effective. And that gets you to 80% melee stun avoidance. But the last 2 ranks, ugh. Alright, we go 6 points. And then 12 points for the last rank to go from 90 to 100. Ugh. Reward will be for doing the no respawn on zones and killing every monster. Yeah, especially in a place like Plane of Hate. You know, presumably it would be some drops from the minis. Obviously, it wouldn't be like Interrupt drops because he's not even in the normal dungeon version. He's just in the raid instance now. So yeah, no more open world Kazakh or Interrupt. You know, or Fright Terror. Fright Terror and whatever the 3rd one is. And no open world Draco Lich and no open world Maestro. Fright, Terror, and Dread. There we go. Just had to look at the cooldowns. Yeah, we still have 8 AAs to burn. So, is there anything we like need like right now? Can always grab more burst of power, just for funsies. Can always grab more. You know what? Mental clarity is always worthwhile. We should just grab one of those. Yeah, just grab 2 points of mental clarity, I think. They're just, more mana regen is always good. Yeah, lots of mobs inside the Maestro's Hall, as always. Scorn Banshee. Oh. Alright. Hate mobs. Some hate mobs have really small aggro ranges, unlike Fear. You know, in Plane of Fear, if you can see the mob, you've already aggroed it. In Hate, that is just not the case. Everything will just happily stand there and watch while you murder its neighbors. Dumb Scorn Banshee. Resisting my slow. Minister of Bertoxilus. Oh, he's upstairs. There's supposed to be a haunted chest right here, and that might be, Oh, it's right in front of me. Durr. Now, why does Anarok let Bertoxilus have, like missionaries out here? Remember, the two of them are not allies. Bertoxilus has no allies, even amongst the evil gods. You know, the other evil gods are just not really down with the whole Nurgle aspect. Well, the Evangelist of Hate is actually evangelizing to some of the nearby NPCs. I think that's interesting. I looked him in the eye, felt my hatred rising, and struck him dead on the spot. Inarok gave me his power. Praise to him. Also, hoping we see Plane of Sky instances next week. That would sure be nice. Would love to give that a try. Greetings, children of Enarok. We are here in the hallowed halls of our Creator by his leave and blessing. Let us rejoice in his awful majesty and give blessings to him. Let's not say we did. Oh, come on, I'm getting stuck on the geometry. Hello, Scorn Banshee. Yeah, it's too bad all the corpse lockout flags are screwed up, or we'd be swimming in gem drops by now, making fat stacks of cash. Which also is another good reason to grind here instead of, say, the hole. Yeah. Just making fat stacks. Especially if you want to do jewelry crafting at some point. Just getting stacks of gems to do all your blue diamond crafting with and whatnot. Again, or just fat stacks. Another haunted chest up here? Oh, another Kurai Kue. Okay. The mummies keep giving me their diseases. Hey there, Cleric of Enarok. Hey, we'll ding 48 inside this building right here, so that's cool. Ugh. Oh, we're gonna ding, or we're gonna ping 250 here in a moment. That's cool. How are we doing on time, by the way? It's 10:30. And without actually going over to fear, I suspect hate is a much, much better grinding spot. Just because mobs don't have aggro ranges the size of small cities. So you can actually just kind of effortlessly single pull throughout most of the zone. Yeah, mob density in this zone is kind of at a sweet spot. Or you never have to go that far to get to the next mob, but they're mostly just far enough apart that you don't have to worry about training yourself. Unless you're standing around out in the main thoroughfares of the zone where all the wandering packs pass through. Oh. So I think we should be able to get to 50 in here tomorrow pretty easily if we, depending... Okay, now we're getting loot again for some reason. Okay, I have no idea what magically happened there. But okay, we got loot again. Okay, yeah, now we're getting loot again. Not sure what the major malfunction was, but it fixed itself. Oh, Ashen Bone Broodmother. Alright, Mr. Spike Golem. Hey, get back here. Anything else over? Oh, we got Magipatasa over here. Oh, a couple of wanderers over here. Okay. Oh, and Avatar of Abhorrence over here. Okay. Now Kirai Kue is just looking at us, but you know he's just a little too chill right now. He just kind of doesn't care. He knows he's not getting paid enough for this, or probably at all. And ding, 48. Oh, and an ethereal mist helmet. Very nice. We have a. Yeah, we'll just. It's on our keyring. Let's see. Our ethereal mist helmet is currently +5. Oh, and halfway to. Okay. Let's see, infinitesimal. There you go. Minor. We'll just use the lesser. 3 lessers. And 2 vanillas. Raises it to +4. And, you know what, that's good enough. Yeah, +6. Drop it back in there. Do we have room for, yes, we do. Tainted Dark Steel Breastplate. We can hang on to that. Rune-etched boots, which are actually pretty okay. Ooh. Slowstone Amber. Interesting. Yeah, shiftless deeds. Usable by monks. That's cool. We'll hang on to that. Excuse me. Probably gonna pull... Nope, did not pull the Ashen Bone. Good. You ever get the Mana Prize 2? Yes, absolutely. The Black Alloy Medallion? Yep. There it is. Mana Prize 2 is accounted for. Also handy on Shaman because, Togor's is only level 38. So, Mana Prize 2 is good enough. Alright. Ashenbone Broodmother. Switch to Overchannel. Oh, let me, hit Malaisement. Alright, we landed Malaise. Let's see if we can land Togors. Nope. Well, it interrupted. Million Togors. There we go. Swap back to Spellblade for just some free passive, cost-effective passive healing. Yep, level 44 and below. Which actually covers a lot of useful spells. And then it tapers off above 44. So, like, it'll still work on level 50 spells, just not very well. And you can see, slowed with Togors, this thing just does no damage. And you get a Tash proc for the pet. Alright, you know what? Maybe while leveling Enchanter, we might actually do that. If I have an Orb of Tashawn left in my inventory that I haven't thrown away yet. No, because we're going to want our pet to have a Fiery Avenger. So, alright. Actually, let's kill this other Kirai Kue. Then we'll do Magi Patasa. Oh yes, please come split yourself off from the named there, Mr. Forsaken Revenant. Thank you for that. Yeah, tomorrow, I think after we get Shaman to 50, I think we will definitely give Interrupt +4 a try. Alright, Malaisement. Actually, we have Malicy now that we should step up to. Oh! He I was actually in the middle of hitting LOH and I was a frame late. Because the Char knocked me down to 1% HP. Yeah, Char hit for 974 damage. And as soon as it, yeah, rip. Yeah. I can definitely feel the damage difference, but, yeah, it was probably necessary. I mean, although ultimately it was only a couple of points of weapon damage. It is not the end of the world by any stretch. Pulls on Flash. Well, I did my 30 limited time tickets. I got a Europa Gold Moon that I had no use for because I already have like 2 Europa Spears fully uncapped. And I got another Grand EWR for like the 12th time. So I truly have no use for those. You got Earth EO, nice. And Christmas Catra. Yeah, pretty good. Yeah, not too shabby. Does Armor of Faith override, I'm actually curious. If it overrides Guardian or gets blocked by Guardian. Okay, it overwrites it. Okay. Uh... Uh... Yeah, Christmas Catra is okay in the greater scheme of things. Yeah, probably pretty good for you. Likewise, Earth EO for being a ticketable character is pretty okay. You know, she might be ticketable, but she is still brand new, so she's on the happy side of power creep. So she's got that going for her. that third cane in there. Pumped your grid today. Oh, very nice. Yeah. Very nice. Looking good there. I'm trying to decide which illustrious weapon I want to buy. And I'm not sure yet. And Gerlach, good evening. Trying to do the pre-order. Site's been having issues. Yeah. Yeah, you're not the only one. A lot of people were having trouble. And, doing, the pre-order today versus, 2 weeks from now does not matter. So it'll be fine. Let's see. Any tips for the grid you linked? Ultima Staff. My top tip for every grid is, Excalibur exists. Oh. And once again, we're locked out of corpses for some reason. Otherwise, I see three Exalto staves, very nice. 2 Michael axes, very good. And the other staff, Ultima to taste. Yeah, I would say work finish that opus. Look to get rid of that astral axe. That thing is probably the weak link at this point. Replace that with basically anything else. Astral weapons are just kind of, just kind of outdated at this point. They're, compared to like an exo weapon, which is a much better EX mod. Yeah, the astral weapon is just outdated. It's okay. It's a perfectly valid filler weapon, but you're you're now at the point on that grid where filler weapons just aren't good enough anymore. So, me looking at whatever other grand weapons you might have. Or though, yeah, it does contribute to axe voltage, which is also an EX mod, by the way. What do I even have on my fire grid? I gotta actually look at my fire team because I don't know. Oh yeah, an overrider from Zeta would be top choice, or any other grand weapon, honestly, would be nice easy upgrade there. Oops. Alright, Lord of Ire. You are getting Togored. Hopefully it sticks. Thank you. Hey. Lord of Ire, please stop hitting my Doge. Yeah, like Percival swords are always good. Yeah. Zeta, Grand Zeta's spear is amazing. Mikaboshi, if you happen to roll her in the previous Ledgefest. Got any Fire Grands? Or Charming Broom is nice for just stacking HP. Actually, Fire has a lot of good generic gacha weapons. Yeah, Yule's weapon is good. I mean, if you've got bricks to spare, Yule's weapon is really good. I should actually probably brick up a Yule sword for Guild Wars. Ooh, 2277 on a sleigh, not bad. Not a record, but very solid. Anything over 2K, you love to see it. Yeah, and by the way, if you want to throw down money on the game, the Luminous Weapon pick ticket is, I mean, it's big money, but it's also big value. Yeah, you're not throwing down $80. I mean, I don't blame you, but you know, if you were gonna throw money at the game at all, I would say like this is big value. I mean, I'm gonna buy it. I don't know which one I want to get yet though, because there are so many really good choices with those that I'd say there's almost no wrong answer. Just depends on what weapon like fits your playstyle better. I mean, fronting is really good, but man, Blazing Mistral. Did you get your car in the shop? Yep, I dropped my car off at the body shop this morning. Got my rental, and I'll just be driving the rental for 2 weeks. Again. Major expending that much on gotcha. You know, I get it, you know. I mean, this is why microtransactions are a thing. Because people find it way more approachable to spend $8 10 times than to spend $80 once. And it's purely perception. It's even though it is the same amount of money. This is the power of microtransactions. Blazing Mistral. I don't know, though. Man, Rum Fire just looks so good. Ugh. I mean, actually, even Murcielago got cranked up really hard. The fact that Murcielago also basically, you know, inhaled Hercules like Kirby, so now it makes your damaging and debuff skills double cast. Is just kind of bonkers, honestly. On top of everything else it does, it actually like invalidates Hercules on wind. Which is a good reason for superlative weapons to get a buff pass now. Hercules is the bow from the superlative series. Its main skill makes you double cast all of your nukes. Yeah, now Murcielago does that plus other stuff. So Hercules actually straight up needs a buff now, at least in wind. Fist of Aura is really good. Aresh Kagal is really good. So, yeah, hard to say. Alright, well, another AA right there. Other option, by the way, for that grid slot. If you can do hexachromatic raids, an upgraded draconic is really good. But draconics are basically worthless until you upgrade them with the hexachromatic step, because that step allows you to have the draconic and the dark opus weapon equipped simultaneously instead of overlapping. All right, and now that we're back here, all right, Magipatasa, you got one over on me last time because I was a little bit lax. It will not happen again. Let's see. Skyfarers with no Guild Wars outfit will be kicked straight to the Crimson Horizon. Thank you for understanding. Yeah, fair. I gotta med up a little bit here before we do Avatar of Abhorrence. All right. Let me overchannel this one so that it actually hopefully lands. There we go. And we will... Got a plan. All right. Plans are good. 2 more Hurricanes. Okay. Oh yeah, the Regalia skip is really nice. Because yeah, you have infinite Genesis fragments. Plus, Regalia skip also just gives you a lot of XP and RP. So it's great for just passive leveling. Oh. Oh, man. $251. Yep. Get your Opus maxed out. Very good step right there. And get it transcended sooner rather than later, if at all possible. Oh. What time is it? It is a little after 11 here. I do need to get up and go to work tomorrow at some point. Another Vex Thorn and some Woven Shadow that we will never use. Oh wait, we gotta go over here. There's the stairs down. Okay, couple of guys over here. There's. Oh yeah, we got the whole concert hall. Whoa, lots of mobs right there by the entrance. Oh, almost halfway to 49. That's cool. Yeah, we'll easily hit 40, or we'll easily hit 50, I should say, tomorrow. And yeah, doing a just like full clear of hate is a lengthy process to do solo. Yeah, you really can just turn off respawns and just run around, and you will not run out of mobs anytime soon. You know, figure we came in here right at level 46. Halfway through 48, we haven't even left the first floor of the zone yet. You could, you know, if we had enough hours in the day to clear the second floor, looks like we could, you know, easily go 46 to 50, you know, in one non-respawning instance. There's just that many mobs in here. Yeah, I think the concert hall here is the last notable block of mobs on the first floor. Then we would have to go upstairs. All right, now mobs are dropping jewelry again. But, man, I can kind of feel myself turning into a pumpkin. Is it possible to land anything on a spike golem? I know they are very magic resistant. Okay, we were able to mallow it. Can we slow it? And Justin Orris, welcome to the program. Glad to have you here with us. Tried to ask him another stream, but didn't see an answer. Are the instant zones always in the same zone? Like you're in now? Yeah, when you, you've been lurking a few streams. All very good. Yes. Yeah, basically, yeah, you go here and you use the difficulty changer. You got to be in the zone already. You change difficulties, and you know you can choose to make your own instance versus picking one of the open world levels. The one exception being when spawning a raid instance. That usually happens like right outside. So like the hate the hate raid instance, you talk to the Voidling right outside Plane of Hate in the Spectre Tower, or for the Plane of Fear raid instance, it's oops, it's in Fear Rot, right beside the portal. You just pre-ordered? Awesome. I got my pre-order in today as well. Looking forward to starting again on the real server. We'll get to fool around a bit on the open beta. But we don't have to take that start too seriously, since it'll be fairly short-lived and we'll get wiped. And Virtual Gamer, hello. Pre-ordered after 3 hours of site being down. Yeah, it was. I had a couple of problems myself getting my method of payment in, but it went through eventually. Oh, we are actually like out of mana. Oh. Your payment went through smoothly. DJ Pyralpha, so that's good. Yeah, once I was able to actually get to the right screen to add my card at all, then it worked just fine and went right through. Oh. Yeah, I would. Yeah, I very much hope launch goes smoothly. Would like to see, like opening weekend go through without too many people having to pull their hair out any more than is strictly necessary. Though, however, though launch tends to just have a mind of its own and just goes as well or as badly as as the machine spirits want it to. So, before deploying any sort of live service game, always make sure, light some incense, chant some prayers to the Omnissiah, perhaps make an offering of flesh and blood, so that the machine spirit is well fed and sated. You maybe give your servo skulls a snack, just in case. Okay, yeah, we're. We'll should probably. What time? All right, it's all basically 11:30. Day one fiery. I am not going to poop sock my way to 46 on day one. You know, I gotta actually work for a living. You know, I ain't no fortunate son. Yeah, I think we're gonna kill these two clerics and this Lord of Loathing over here, and then I think we're gonna call it a night at that point. Vacation week. What is this vacation you speak of? That is not a benefit that has been extended to me in about 20 years. Maybe 21 years. I think the last time I actually got paid time off from a job was 2005. So yeah, 21 years ago. I think 2005 was also the last time I had health insurance. And yeah, yeah, that was that was also the last time I had an actual 9 to 5 job in a cubicle or, you know, in any kind of office building. Yeah, because that was back when I was working in a call center doing tech support for the University of Maryland. Then, you know, got out of that, got into, let's see, selling insurance, and then got into the anime and game industry for, you know, most of the last 20 years. Yeah. Yep. That is. I mean, I also worked on localization for a bunch of visual novels, like, for example, Euphoria. For those of you who know what that is. And if you don't know, don't Google it. But I wasn't selling just smut games, you know. I was, oh, you know, I was also the kind of the central like focal point of the American Toho fandom for a while, because if you wanted Toho games in the U.S., like, I was like the only person you could buy them from. short of just going to Japan yourself. And yeah, for those of you who do know what Euphoria is, the game, not the concept, uh, you might be surprised to learn like how many women absolutely freaking love that game. After doing an incognito mode search. Fun fact, by the way, the artist of that game is also a woman. She's a very nice lady, by the way. I know her personally. One Wikipedia article later, we really shouldn't have nuked Japan. That, we're very close to, so close to 49, but it was, I guess we save 49 for tomorrow. Yeah, we should, no. We'll drop the instance for now. Yeah, we will absolutely hit 50 tomorrow. There will also be a hot fix, presumably tomorrow as well, to fix some of the stuff that broke today. Yeah, if anybody else is going to Google the game Euphoria, the visual novel Euphoria, yeah, do so in incognito mode. And just remember that there are things you can see that you can't unsee. Any big difference in the weapon detune? I mean, I can feel the difference in damage, but it's really not that big a deal. My weapon ratio went from like 1.13 down to 0.93. Not a catastrophic difference. I mean, I was grinding, levels through the upper 40s here in Plane of Hate. Granted, we're playing on New Game Plus mode with endgame gear, but the point stands. And I should have just hit Origin. Or actually no, we don't want to hit. We don't need an Origin. We can South Row Port. The difference becomes more pronounced with the weapon of weapons getting toned down, because it was the plus mark scaling that got toned down. The more pluses you had on your weapon, the more you felt it. So if you had a plus 10 weapon, then you definitely felt the pain. With only a plus 5, could notice it, but it didn't hurt, really. So, but yeah, this, This sort of thing is what beta is for, to get tuning on stuff like that done, um, before letting it get out into the public space, so nobody feels like they're getting nerfed. Yeah, similarly, while Berserk Stance may have had its small damage bonus removed, it still has the full haste effect, and it picked up the accuracy buff from offensive stance in exchange, which is, arguably a net positive, or at least a net zero. So, all right, we will camp out here for tonight. Yeah, we'll. So, if people didn't in the beta, we'll absolutely find some things that will get nerfed. Oh yeah, I mean, any kind of live game, balance is an ongoing struggle and is more art than science. So, things, plus we've still got, a couple more weeks of closed beta, then we've got open beta. We've got a lot of design and balance time before actual launch. So, you got some things you want to test as well. Very good. And Crew Discord said they should change Eli's title to the Nepo Knight. I mean, technically, since all the knights' jobs are supposed to be hereditary, I mean, they're basically all Nepo babies by default, except for Black Knight, because she got the job from someone else. She stole somebody's inheritance with the power of her girl bossing. But anyway, I think we're gonna go ahead and camp out there for tonight. Like I said, we'll hit 50 on Shaman tomorrow. We'll play around with Puma, depending on what else shows up in the hotfix tomorrow. We might have some other goodies to try out. Otherwise, we'll see about maybe see if we can solo in a Rook +4 with the power of Shaman. Maybe we'll find out when we get there. But otherwise, that is it for me for tonight. So if you're in chat, thanks for tuning in and hanging out. If you're out in VOD land, thanks for watching to the end. Either way, I appreciate you being here and supporting the channel. My name's Tim. We'll see you back tomorrow. So see you then. Good night.